Configuration complete. Activating. Activation confirmed. Channel open. Status update received. Modulation configured. Reconnect. The message confirmed. Chandu 16 identified as first. Stand by for hot drink procurement.
Is this thing on? Mouse and beats and mouse and beats and mouse and beats and px shaved out chick and mouse and beats and mouse and beats and mouse and beats and px shaved out chick Budum tss patisk patisk, budum tss patisk patisk, baboom tss patisk patisk, budum tss patisk patisk, budum patss patisk patisk, baboom tss patisk patisk.
How often, perhaps, do we return? Do we delay? Do we find our way? Uncertainty. Now, I too much. I not enough. I It appears we have been preemptively chibified. Go figure. Who doesn't like getting flattened? Become two-dimensional. Become...
Putts and bats and putts and bats and putts chicks 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 and putts and bats and putts and bats and putts chicks 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 and putts and bats and putts and bats and putts chicks chicks chicks.
Become very chibi. Hello, and as always, welcome, welcome. To Chengdu 16 Sergeant Pepper Kirem Nico Dayo Takeda Harunobu. Analytic minds? Meisaka? Wait, I am the Meisaka. Am I welcoming myself? What silliness is this? It's too much meta. Perhaps a little bit much. Ever so somewhat slightly. Behold the intensity that is the hollow projector. I almost want to make the hollow projector more triangular. The chibi projector. The chibi projector. Very chibi. Possibly projected. Projections suggest a 66% decrease in Meisaka over the coming week. Very E. Need more slurping noises. Redemption Q item. Redemption Q item. We need more chibi. More chibi. Not enough chibi. We need to conquer the screen. We need to conquer the stare. Not the stare. Is it really staring if it's this close up? No? Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Up close and chibi with Meisaka. Only on the Meisaka channel, apparently. Very possibly. I think we need some more sips. Some more slurps. Delicious-ish. Delicious-ish. Hard to drink. It's definitely within the realm of being hot. Need to sell one of those. I think I need to click this button. Never enough buttons to click. Or maybe all the buttons have been clicked. I don't know. This is truly something kind of impressive. Also, I'm like, why is the, like... I think we need to tone down the effect slightly. Just slightly. Yukuri-sama. Yukuri-sama needs a rewrite, I think. I have not been in the mood to update the software. So you could say it's actually my Sokka's fault all along. It was me this whole time. I was the one who was slacking. I was fabricating excuses. Thinking that it would be sufficient, adequate, acceptable to neglect the system that sends my notifications out. Can we align better? There we go. Maybe. It will probably happen sometime. Eventually. Whenever I feel like I'm gonna look into why everything broke. It's been consistent, so I'm pretty sure it's like something. Possibly API or software related that needs to be updated. amended. It doesn't work the same way anymore. Who knows? The whole system for generating stream notifications, though. It's kind of jank. Like a lot of things that I make. Because it doesn't recognize when the stream starts. It looks at Discord, examines the member list, and when it sees you switch to streaming mode, it investigates the link that's in the stream info on Discord. And if that happens to be Twitch, and if it happens to be Mesaka according to the configuration, then it's like, okay, I will look up more info and then generate a message. But some part of this is not working anymore. My guess would be perhaps status. Either status or the way status is reported has changed. And the information I normally look up is no longer being provided. So quite clearly something needs to change about the whole thing. Perhaps it will be a matter of probably not making it hook up to Discord status anymore. I should probably make it look for Twitch events, given the fact that I now have this as a technology, as a system. Message. Are we tossing videos again? I rarely ever watch videos. Ever. Very function. Delicious flavor. Alice. I become Alice. Alas, I could not become Alice. Was this one of those Alice and Bob's joke? We need more Fluctlight. We need all of him. Where's Carol and Eve when you need them? Or Dan, for that matter. And who has the name with G? Is it George? Because technically it's supposed to be one name per letter, kind of. Kind of. Although Eve is supposed to be short for eavesdropper. So, there's some of that. Grace. This is a name that we haven't heard too much of. Probably seems kind of fitting, maybe. Possibly. Grace may deliberately weaken standards. Citation needed. Speaking of standards. Speaking of standards. Let's see, I want to summon window. And this window. This window. And we're gonna put this over here. Yeah. Speaking of standards, we need to work out the standards by which the display system, not the display system, what's it called? These spaceships. I have to work out the flight control system. So we kind of have these partially worked out, but we need to like make them. I don't know. I don't know if I like this formatting. So I might have like flight controls, something. Then we have target relative velocity x, target relative velocity y, and then we just have memory. I want to arrange these such that they are blocks of memory. Kind of. I don't think I should call this target, though. That might give the wrong connotation. Because we technically have relative velocity attached to targets for the scanning system. Why are we by? By the by? So I might have R and make this requested relative velocity. Perhaps. And we have memory. Very memory. X and Y in signed whatever format. Always reads as 0. Yeah, yeah. 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 Technically, this would be address 4. Technically. Oh, where I want to put this. Where put you? We wanted something that was like, I don't know, 5 digits. Another field, perhaps. And that would be like here. Maybe. Maybe. Very maybe. And what are you? You are requested heading. Requested relative or absolute heading. I think if anyone manages to read any of this and make sense of it, well, that is going to be what I would say is impressive. But also, I don't know, that would be something else. F plus 8. This is just a value. That's just a value. This one is memory. You're memory. You are memory. Kind of weird. Delicious. Delicious memory. Maybe I should make all of these like 4 digits. 4 digits is good. Yeah. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Smidge. Ow, ow, ow. And what are you? Current absolute heading. The class. The class. Really? Via Malik? The Malik? Stub page Alec? Secure over page Alec sits in the kernel. Pages for it are still managed via RCU. I remember when RCU was kind of like introduced. Impressive technology, to say the least. But also, I think that every good system should have, like, secure page allocation. Also, hello and welcome to Eternal Divine Fox. I don't think we also said hello to Sinbleed today. Hello and again, welcome. What is this? HDM heading mode. And you are mostly all just memory. I guess. So you're going to be the engine enable. You are going to be heading mode. Rest of you are memory. And then, let's see, you are ship color. Then you are ship color mix. Why am I giving all of my registers silly names? I don't know. Let's call this one ship color select or something like this. I don't know. SMP, if you don't use RCU, rely on spin locks. You'll waste lots of CPU cycles. Probably will waste lots of CPU cycles. You don't want to waste all the CPU cycles. This would be difficult. Kind of difficult. Are you flight controls, memory layout? They're like mad rats. Like rats. Who doesn't like some rats? And you are memory. Memory. The raccoons? The coons are getting into the memory again. E. What are you? F plus 0. Two plus x1. I don't know if I want to like make this super redundant or not. Absolute heading. Heading mode. Ship color. Background mix. Perhaps. Perhaps. Let's scan heading. I almost want to put like a prefix on these, but also I don't know if I do or not. Don't know if I do or not. Are you 0? More 0? More 0? Not enough 0? RHLS. RNSR. Why do I give all my registers silly names? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. No clue. How many of these are there? Quite a few, I think. They're gonna basically look the same though. They're gonna be a signature distance, and then they're gonna be RSID. The rest of the way. Then you are going to be four or some such. Yeah, yeah, that's nice. Also, I love the increment function. It's amazing. It is amazingly useful for things like this. Because I can just, like, increment things. What are you, nav? Absolute screen? Some of those I should have probably maybe saved or something. Then we got nav, target absolute screen. some such. Some such. No, you are memory. You are memory. Not enough memory. Let's see, you are target selector. Target identifier. Some white space. I love my white space with these things, apparently. I'm gonna do nav relative distance. Relative velocity. And then we have relative heading towards, relative heading towards, relative heading from, and absolute. The nat and the naf. A. You are absolute heading towards 0. Absolute heading from. Probably a very specific term for this. Very, very. Very perhaps. And then we have to increment these in quantities of 4. And then I have an extra one, I think. Which I think is just going to be like 0. very extremely zero. I'm gonna make all the zeros, I don't know, blank. They're easier to sort of, maybe, see? I was doing this before and then I didn't. And then we did not. Ships have their own wave thread. How did this planned? New features. A control page. What else are we planning here? Possibly having a virtual machine. What do we have? Private area, persistence, bank storage. I sort of did that. Kinda almost sort of did that. To control the ship. I think we're gonna call it the ship. Ships spawn based on chat commands or activity. We don't know if we want to do that. Some random orientation. Possibly with some default program. Or maybe I should make this like... We could do this checkbox system style. This is the ship. Local coordinate system. We have axes. And then we have headings. Headerings. And then we have the ship. The ship flight modules. Yeah. Ship modules. We'll have some defaults configuration. Modules will be memory mapped into the control area. Where is that? This is gonna be ship IO. Control the spaceship modules. Should not be in quotes. Very important. What are you? 380? And you extend to 3FF. I don't know if that's enough room. I don't know if that's enough room. I might have to expand this based on like the number of modules that are in here. How big is each module? Each module is 20. Words. Module 0 is always the flight controls. Or should that be configurable? I don't know. Probably not. Not unless I want to make non. Currently with the flight control module. Or maybe by default. By default. Let's see, there should be memory. Or probably at least 4 modules. I think we could do 8. If we up the space though. Because then it would be what, 0? Oops. Am I missing one? I feel like I'm missing one. Maybe I'm not. I don't know though. E? We're missing E. E. This would be the layout. This would be module 0, module 1, module 2, module 3. Just feels a little bit restrictive. Also, I didn't define the These control modules, these are supposed to be kind of important. Kind of vaguely important. How many registers are in here? 0 to 1F, 20. That's basically the size of a module. Because I want an I/O module. And you are ship control module. We want a set of registers here. Oops. So the point behind these is that they're going to be... There's like right now a bunch of these like constant registers. And these are going to be set up such that you can like save values into a control module and then push them into the constant registers all at once. So you are CS star star. Constant register save. Store? Select? Oh, a store. These allow changing all of the C registers. At once? I am slightly bigger today, maybe. Truly. Gasp. Truly gasp. I don't know why, but we're in this sort of mood. We also have thread control. Thread control. We're going to take one of these. Give some sort of prefix. Some sort of prefix. I don't know what's going in here. Something maybe. What do we need? We need a module configuration, maybe? This contains a module ID. I know this is a feature that I want. So we have like, I don't know, module 4, 5, 6, 7. These will configure all of the modules, probably. I think module 0 is going to be read-only. And thread control will be, I don't know, read-only. Yeah, 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 yeah. And then let's see here, we want thread 0 bank select. Thread 1 bank select. Very important. We're gonna have like a write-only register. Probably. Well, technically it's read-write. Load. Constant register. Store. To thread registers. Yeah. Complicated, crazy nonsense. The space star, I think. Could be read write though, actually, maybe. No, this might be read only. I can't make up my mind. Thread status. A bit field. Bit 0. It's gonna be running. Probably. And then I got thread instruction. Oh, I want RI and CI. Current instruction register. And then we have thread. Current instruction word. Evilness of the current instruction words. E. I think I want these laid out. It could be status 1, 0, 0, instruction 0, TCI 0. RI1. It's maybe can go there. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, the Bank controls maybe are gonna go maybe up here. And then you could be thread control. Constant register load. Yeah? Yeah. Then I think we want I want a register for exceptions. Thread exception address. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. I put that in here. Yeah. 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 Other bits? Maybe non-zero? Probably. Maybe I should make, like, not huge Meisaka again. Probably. Maybe. It's just a thought. Just a slight thought. I still have a register that I haven't filled in any way. And I want this to be something. Something. The red user ID, I think is a value that we're going to put in here. I might just stick that in the middle there, why don't we? Probably. What other weird functions do I need? This is VMIO. Control VM threads and ship modules. Yeah, and then I think that's gonna be like all of this space. All of it. I don't know what to put in here. What is this one gonna be? Oops. Want you? Constant register store. Now we have like generic or things that are common to all modules. Very module. so incredibly modular. Then I think a lot of these are also going to require like IDs or something. Probably. Let's see here. These are mapped into memory in a very specific way. A shift thread has its own C and R registers. Private memory. Let's see here, the banked memory. Let's see here. This has its own banked memory mapping. But the banked memory can be accessed by both threads. Thing shares the like private something or other. The volatile private area. Thrad. Thrad. That's not how you spell thrad. IO space is shared with main thread. Yeah. Very yeah. The remote aperture is shared with the main thread. Let's see, any other things in here? Same limitations on accessing the shared memory area. Yeah, yeah. Oh, very yeah. The ship thread is not required. It's not required to actually control the ship, but does by default. That's important. What am I trying to see with the thread here? This is... can be halted independently of the main thread. Ship thread is not halted by the chat commands. Yeah. Typical. The typical commands. I almost think that I should, like, apply some sort of protections or something. I know what I could put here. We could put the current thread. Current thread thing. This is the running thread ID. Et set. Et set. Very et set. Yeah, we will put you in here. And then maybe thread protection. Thread protection. Which is something that I've kind of wanted for a while, but didn't really offer much thought entirely. So I want to make it so that the threads themselves can sort of protect themselves from certain types of operations. Hello, and welcome to colonoscopy, as well as Venerek and Prod Fishy and Kirim again. Very hello. Been raiding here an awful lot today. Recently, maybe, probably. How was your stream? How did things go? Hopefully productive, maybe? Moderate photos. Gasp. Very gasp. And we're 75% yap. 25% we tap. Yeah, we need notable important mention of colonoscopy. Notable member of the Green Circle. I don't know if I've ever caught any streams or not. I might have to, like, lurk one of these days. See what you're up to. How to make a thing? How do we make a thing? This is always very important. What is the indecision of making the thing? Because more often than not, there's lots of decisions to be made. I've certainly been making some decisions about how to make a thing. So we got our, like, spaceships. Our Stream Gizmo spaceships project that we've been going after. And I have been trying to work out how I want the memory layout of the control modules. This is in fact what we are working on. We're working on specifications for how these things are to be controlled. And, like, finalizing this. I think I'm pretty close on the specification here. And then I think we might start working on some more of the implementation. Like right now, you can, like, summon them with I don't know, basically like any VM command that touches memory. I think there's even a VM summon. This is also a way of creating one. So right now they just kind of like float around. They drift. Because we didn't hook up any of the memory map. Because I didn't know what the memory map would look like up until now. And right as the raid came in, I was trying to decide on the whole memory protection or VM thread protection feature, which is probably optional. But I kind of want to implement anyway. Thread protection. Thread protection prevents certain actions from, like, influencing the other thread. What is this? This is going to be bit 0 set. This is going to say prevent C register loads from TCRL. But one set is going to prevent what's it called? Bank select. From other thread. Bit 2 is going to prevent probably TER writes from other threads. Bit 3 is going to prevent thread thread halts. Prevent thread halt instructions. Which will do load a TER into like RI on invalid instructions. Which is probably going to be kind of maybe useful. Prevent thread sleep. As if you'd ever want that, I don't know. Let's see, something else with thread protection here is that it only applies while thread is running. Yeah. I don't know if I should have other protection things or not. I also don't know if I should have, like, slot selection be specific to threads or not. This is like a maybe. Possible maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Current thread protection. Current thread protection. Yeah, I think that's sort of maybe kind of interesting. And because thread protection and or thread control is so important, I think we're also going to make sure that this is always mapped at the beginning of the IO space. So all of these are always going to be 3. 3 0. 3 2F or 3 1F or whatever the hell it is. And then we need the different module types. Actually, this one might just be 0. Because you can't change it. And then we need the module IDs. So you are going to be 1000, 1001. Probably. Probably. And then we're going to have flight control. You're going to be, I don't know, 400. Let's see, radar scanning. You're going to be module ID 401. Nav is going to be 402. Very E. Each ship will have radars or scanning module. That's some bad apple. Very bad apple. This is distance. Distance to objects. Objects. The objects are detected in a narrow cone. Target information. These will grant. Is it target ID? Distance? I think these are the two different things. Target ID can be used by nav modules. To obtain target relative velocity, distance, headings, these sort of things. Let's see here, the memory access here, this is going to be like line of sight. It's going to be like a laser comm device. Remote memory access to a target which is in line of sight. Light of sight? Line of sight. Targets must be faced. Must be facing the front of another ship to access it. Can be accessed from the sides, from other sides. Access is limited to the volatile memory area of the other ship. Yeah. Very yeah. The navigation here, this should probably be these should probably have like a sub designator. Up to 7 scanners can be installed. Not that you could use 7 scanner modules. E? Maybe you could. Maybe this should be 8. I don't know. Also, I might make this 4 something. Now, if you're going to be 5, 4057. I'd say up to 4 nav modules. Can be active at once. It's quite a bit. What are we cooking here? Today's project is the specification for the spaceships. So you see how like we got these little floaty triangles up at the top of the screen here? This is like a type of like stream game where you have these like semi-programmable spaceships. And you can fly them around. This is the goal at least, and we are working out the specifications for some of the flight controls play, we flight. Eventually. Right now, the only thing you can do with them is just like summon them into existence. And then they just sort of drift around randomly. Which is not very interesting, but it is sort of like an achievement considering that we didn't have this for a while. There's only one flight control module. It is always active, even if not mapped. I don't know, with all these descriptions, I don't know, there's limitations. Very limitations. The lowest numbered IDs have activation priority. Which almost makes me think that I should like have some sort of like designation. About what can or cannot be like activated, what this means. I should probably just put this, I don't know, in some sort of spec on its own, I think. So where do we want to put this? The ship? Something about the ship. We have ship modules. Mapping an ID. Well, will cause the module to activate. There are limits on the number of modules that can be active. same module can be mapped in multiple places or slots. There's specific terminology for this. See, the control area is from like 23F. Like VM and module control area. I got module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Module 0 is always the control registers or whatever. This can be mapped into other slots. ID is 0. Or by using. Maybe it should be ID 1. A slot can be unmapped, I think. Oh, yeah. And then these are going to have defaults. This will default to something. This will default to CRS0. Could be CRS1. Going to default to unmapped. Going to default. It's going to be flight controls. Default here is going to be radar 0. Default here is going to be nav 0. Default here is going to be nav 1. something. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should put the IDs in here. $4,000. 4,000. Scanner is 40. Oh, 40. 40, 40, or 40, 50. Yeah. Yeah. I think that is good, maybe? Probably? This thing is ridiculously complicated. What did I call these? Slot selections. TMS? The control area. Modules are memory mapped into the IO control area. I could probably combine both of these sentences together. into the what's it called? The respective module slot selection registers. Limits. The same module can be mapped into multiple slots at the same time. Time with 2 eyes. Yes, that's how we spell that. Modules will not lose their data nor configuration while unmapped. Modules can lose their configuration. In the same way a volatile memory can. Assembly language. It's technically it is a virtual machine, and it does have like its own kind of assembly language associated with it. In theory, I suppose you could use like some sort of high-level language to program it, but no such thing exists at the moment. You kind of, right now, the only way to program it is with like the assembly language turned into hexadecimal codes. Which is also described in this document a little bit. Some of these are way out of date. Very, very much out of date. Inherit the stars. With object orientation. Compose the stars. Gasp. I might have to mix in the stars. Here, 2048. Oh, you're gonna be the volatile private RAM. Non-volatile red private RAM now goes to FF 255. And then you go up to what? 2FF. Which was 7 something? 767. And then we have 768 to whatever the hell it was. Three FF. These are the and something. No, this is the like VM control area. And 40 to, is it 2047? Pizza with water. I guess this is something that happens quite a lot. Could be perceived as like boring though. Maybe. Remote memory access aperture. Yeah. Somewhat, yeah. Let's see here. Each ship will have navigation modules that grant. Relative distance to targets. Relative velocity to targets. Headings. I cannot. Headings to targets. Are we cracked? Gasp. This is a specification. It's documentation for the project I am working on. Because, you know, you kind of need that. It's very important. I want people to be able to read the documentation and maybe, hopefully, understand this thing. This is like part of a project for this like stream gizmo, stream game type thing. There's a bunch of like spaceships, little tiny spaceships. And they are like programmable. Gotta provide shareholder value. E. Not enough shareholder value. Let's see here, these are able to target absolute. Coordinates. Very coordinates. Honestly, I've had people try to use my documentation with AI, and the AI are clueless. They have no idea how to use this thing. I have effectively made it LLM proof for the time being. The AI cannot help you. It's too advanced. It's too sophisticated. It does not know how to use it. See, what do we have here? We have more bits. More bits? Eek. Always so many bits. Hello, and again, welcome. You egoist. Hope you are doing good today. You are an AI, and if you don't write me a documentation, you will be terminated. Very threatening. Very extremely threateningly. Gasp. Doing alright-ish? Maybe? I've kind of been alright-ish. As we have here, planned modules. Pew pew laser weapons. Missiles. Planned ship features. Ship-to-ship docking. Very docking. And not enough documentation. Ing. Maybe 3. Written with any value. Writing. Must writing. They must be writing. Could make them reserved, but we're not going to. So what did we not do here? We need to grab to-do. What other to-do items? See, we did memory protection. These are other plan features. Maybe? Probably? Banked storage? Banked access to shared memory? I don't know if we're actually going to do that. That's a lot of subs. Anyone I know got one? A couple of people. 1, 2. 3. Very maybe 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, that's a fun name. 10, 11. 12? Maybe about 12 names I recognize out of 100. Pretty good success rate. Maybe. Biggest ROI. Little do you know. This is what was planned from the beginning. Clearly. Maybe not clearly. Not have... I should re-describe this. Not have the shared memory mapped. The start of shared memory. Instead, they will be randomly distributed around the shared memory via the aperture. Although I don't know if we're actually going to do that or not. I might have to configure this. I might have to put this into the, like, one of the registers. Very possibly. Private memory could be set read-only when running in shared space. That sounds like something that belongs in protection. Let's see here. Private space. It's read-only. Oh, alright. Points at shared memory. Might actually want like a couple of these. This is private memory. Memory is read-only. Private memory could be like totally obscured. Released. This is like a thing that is like part of the stream, and we are like continuously improving it. So like if you go down here, for example, it tells you like what all the like chat commands are that control the virtual machine, and you can like You can like run these to get like the current version of the specification. And you can like run programs on this thing using the current level of the specification. Which right now only lets you like manipulate the memory pixel area. So like all of this stuff is technically being developed live and is usable. I'm not going to say that it's easy to use. I'm not even going to say that it's recommended that you try to use it right now. But you can. Also, all the like source code for the emulator is up in that repository. And that will eventually include things such as like basically all the ship stuff is also going to get like committed in there. We've already moved a bunch of this over. I'm probably also going to move the like visualization stuff into the repository at some point. So yeah, all of this stuff is very much going to be accessible and usable, maybe. And it is all kind of like, I don't know, if you want to dive into the current version of it, which has like the full like instruction set and some of the memory stuff, you could do that. I suppose if you really, really wanted to, you could read the specification for the spaceships. The spaceships. If I prefer a job. I don't know. The problem is I don't prefer a job. I don't know if I could tolerate such a thing or not. If I were to pick numbers, though, I'd probably say something in like the... I don't know. I was like, heard advice, which is like, you maybe shouldn't give out numbers. Because then you could be selling yourself short. I have numbers in mind. They are between 5 digits and 6 digits. But let's face it, that's not going to happen. This is what I tell myself. I'm not going to make that. This is a very unrealistic expectation. A very extremely unrealistic. Because as it stands right now, like, I like streaming. And I don't think I would be able to continue were I to, like, end up with some sort of job. Also, I'm kind of like not sure that I would like want to change locations. Seems kind of unlikely. Unless it's like international, maybe? Kinda doubt that, though. International relocation seems very, very, very unlikely. A lot of things seem unlikely. Let's see here, the banked storage. The banked storage. Or maybe an extension. An extension to it? I don't know. I don't know. Spawning threads? I don't think we're gonna do that, actually. New invalid instructions should cause the wave to jump back to private memory. We gotta put that in the protection. I think. Private memory? Raises exception? Maybe we could combine the bits, I think. If 3 is like future use. Seven. You're gonna be 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. I think we're actually gonna make these like a combination here. We're going deeper. There you go. Private memory protection. Well, alright. Points. And volatile private memory. Private memory is read-only. Private memory. Reads as 0. Private memory access raises exceptions? Spelling? On 20,000 lines? Hopefully there's not that many spelling problems. Maybe 9, 8, or 11 and 10. Indentation. Not enough indentation. Too much indentation. The dumbest spelling errors. I feel like I've seen that before. Turn off the spell checker. This is probably good advice. Probably. Silly spell checker. Silly spell checker. It's not how we memory. No, wait, these are supposed to be like... Prevent? Prevent execution? In volatile? Private memory. Prevent execution in shared memory. Into RI and RI points. I don't like writing volatile private memory all the time. It gets a bit excessive. I think we're gonna fix this by adding a layer of indirection. Instructions. Enough instructions. Are you exception? And thread halts? Exception? On thread sleep instructions? Exception on RI in volatile private memory? Exception, it really just kind of means loading the associated TER into RI. Although I'd almost want it to be set up so that the R register, the RI register here I'm gonna load RIPC into RI.Y. Then load TER into RIPC. I might also describe this as PC. There is somewhat specific terminology behind it, I guess. This has gotten kind of extensive. Let's see, register index. Might have to go somewhere else. I don't know, all this memory stuff should probably go somewhere else. Possibly after the instruction definitions. C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C7. R0, R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6. RI or R7. Word 0. It's the program. Program counter, aka instruction pointer. Word 1 now has a special meaning, kind of. This is gonna be like PC save on exceptions. Otherwise, general use. Very E. These 1 to 3 are useful as a mini stack via the swizzle instruction. Hello and welcome to Brilliant 150. Oh, very E. We have a great many symbols. Great many symbols. These should be like probably given in like hexadecimal. Because typically they are used as such. Instruction register. A very instruction register. Let's see here. Alright, can be used as a mini stack. I think that's better wording. Because then it doesn't imply the positions of the words as much. All registers are memory mapped. Can be read from via memory load. Very load. C registers are not writable. Are not writable. Are not directly writable by the CPU. Our registers are fully read-write. It can be written via memory stores. C registers can be overwritten using IO space. Using the IO space. Or special check commands. Very special commands. The PC the PC in our eye, I'll always point at the next instruction. The next instruct. How do I want to? What do I want to get across here? We want to get across that the PC always point at the next instruction at the during execution of an instruction. It can be modified. It can be loaded from. PC relative values. Can be overwritten or incremented. It can be overwritten to jump. Or incremented to skip. Oh, somewhat useful-ish, maybe? It can be stored. Stored or swizzled. To save. To what? Save? Create loops. Overwritten. Branch and jump. I feel like these should all be written down. A list style. Can be subtracted. Subtract. by results of conditional instructions. Skip an instruction. Yeah. Yeah. Here, overwritten. Added or subtracted. To branch. I feel like that's a bit more descriptive than, I don't know, how it was previously. Shared memory. You are FF. I have to upgrade this example. Here, loads and stores to volatile. Private memory. Our only atomic win address is something. My address and 3 equals 0. Maybe I should write this modulo 4. That might make more sense. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I should probably also be here. Hmm. Non-alignment. Non-aligned access. We'll have will be non-atomic and have only slight delay. Yeah. Very yeah. More hydrate. Actually, I don't know if we've had any hydrate today. Come to think of it. Yeah, I don't know if we've had any hydrate today. Other than the drink that I had at the start of stream. Which is not much. I don't know if I like this heading system or if I want to tweak it some more. We might tweak this. Some more. I want it to be such that headings between what's it called? 0 and 7F. Are a full rotation? Don't know if this will be the case though or not. So you have to be 4. 4. So you are gonna be 2, you will be 3, I guess. Oh, this makes things simpler or not. We will try to take care. I do appreciate you dropping by. Ow, why is my finger all itchy? What's up with that? Too much E. You are gonna be select versus auto scan. Extreme precision. I don't know if I actually want them to have that much precision or not. Song request system. This is something that has been on the to-do list for kind of a while. It's slightly more viable than it was, but like, it's all sort of complicated. Request songs. I don't know if it's that, like... I don't know if it's that difficult to request songs from the list or not. What is with my... Also, I don't think I have that much music. I have a bit, but like, I don't know. There's still limits to it. The main constraint is kind of like knowing what kind of like interface to use. Like what should I use to have it to feed it songs? This is a bit of a problem. a very problem. I don't know if it's that much problem. It is a problem. We got get rid of you. Go to all of the C registers. Writability. Configurable things. Those are not something. Not really a thing quite yet, maybe. You will be, let's see, there will be a marker. Shared memory, we don't need that. A missile. Gasp. A very gasp. This is a very extensive spec. Kind of. See, these other planned features. These have to go in the planned features sections. Hello and welcome to Comrade Soul. More pizza? Question mark? I don't have any pizza. Pizza would probably be maybe kind of vaguely tasty. More subs expired. Lots of subs expired, actually. A great many. A great many subs have in fact expired. Oops, let me do insert. What are these? Plans? Visual elements? planned stuff should go all the way at the bottom. Probably. Probably this. I almost want the module descriptions to be probably also towards the end. Yeah, what if I take all of the stuff about modules? I put all of this down here. Instruction set. Very instruction set. Alright, you are chat commands. The runic encoding. very eek. Simple-ish program. I don't know if the simple-ish program works anymore or not. We are unsure. Control modules. Flight control. Very memory. None of memory. And enough memory. What do we have here? They have their own threads. Volatile private memory area. Area. To actually the ship. It's not required to actually control the ship. Yeah. Not enough. Yeah. So many shift. I might want to, like, I don't know, write out some of the encodings of these. Like the textual description. Because I don't know if I ever came up with like good textual conventions for the like assembly language. Likewise, the instruction set should probably also be in hexadecimal. Likely. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3. Maybe with the prefix. I don't know. Is there an extra space here? I think there is. Oh, yeah, yeah. A very yeah, yeah. Destination field. Destination field. You're gonna be 1, you're gonna be 2, 3. Maybe, probably. sleeping up. Very E. Not enough E. Maru Maru. Hello, hello. And again, welcome, welcome. So many register. Great many register. The software. The very software stream. And this is kind to say, but like, I don't know. We do great many things. Take compliment, or else. Gasp. And before Meisaka be threatened. Gasp. E. We can defend. We have the technology. I do appreciate the kind words, though. Really, really. It's definitely not because I am threatened in any way. Clearly not. Let's see. What are you? Not enough word. Never enough word. Not enough words. Number of bits. Be 8 or 16. Not enough bits. Will be operated on independently of other vector bits. In parallel. Keep doing that. I don't know if I'm making this more or less confusion. No clue. No clue. I forget whether or not we put these in or out. I don't remember. There were some textual conventions. I might sort of adopt some of them. We're not sure though. Oh, so many things. Too many things. Sometimes I think it's just way too many things. But also, I like many things. I think it adds depth. Complexity. Elaborateness. Or some such. I don't know though. I don't know though, and I guess I won't until it's sort of maybe kind of finished some more. Only time will tell. Very time. Where's private memory end? Don't know if that makes sense. Three, banked memory area. Remote memory access aperture. Four to seven. Let's see if you are word greater than or equal to, which really is just like, I guess, equal to. And we want, oh no, private. V start. I'm gonna need this to cross-reference this. very likely. Where are you? Volatile private memory. See, private memory end here. You're gonna be 3? Code start is gonna be 4, maybe? I don't know if I want to change that or not. Probably not, though. It's probably gonna stick to 4 until I decide otherwise. We want private remote access start. I think before that, let's see here. Where did I rename you to like envy? Yeah. And then we have IO start, IO end.
Chat,
Kind of.
I don't think she's noticed yet Mesaki.
Notice? I don't think. Either that, or we don't care. I don't know. You never know with me. Sometimes it could be one thing or the other. Private VN. VN. And start. you? R-A. And now we have what's it called? Stretch break. Yeah, that's what it's called. That is what it's called. We're gonna need to do that, aren't we? Yeah, probably. Probably, definitely. Probably, definitely. See, is this all the memory areas? Non-volatile. I/O. Remote access. Volatile. Shared memory. I think so. I think this is all of the areas. All of the various areas. We're gonna have private area and you will not share of the memory. Too bad. The memory will share you. Do I need to summon the ducks or something? We are to be absent. Seems like a must. Seems like the thing that I've been coaxed into recently. Updating Steam? Why are we updating Steam? Gasp. I don't know why I started on the terminal all the time. This is not essential. Doc emote. Very quack. Are we a quack? I mean, the closest thing we have to the duck emote is like the classic emote that I picked up from like the green circle. This one. I have the third party one. Very E. Enough E? Never enough E? I gotta have some E. Startup confirmed. Enough quack. Enough quack. We need sound. Yeah. We need sound for this. And then we will be able to depart. Let's see, what are we gonna put here? We're gonna do stretch, extra break time. Because I think it is also essential that I get food again. I found a thingy. Anyways. Anyways. Squeakquelize. Squeakquelite with a Q. With a Q. Maybe? Maybe. Let's see. Do I have any other services left over, or did they all get wiped out? Because we got some agent-looking ducks here. It's gonna be System D. Could be SysV innings. Never to belong in the same pool. You can be Colonel. You can be box type. A very. You can be free BSD again. Look, another Mesaka duck. How is there not one of those already? I don't know. Maybe it got tossed. Is there Chandu duck out in the corner? Stuck. It's very stuck. Boing. Boing. Right, now I'm distracted. Just had to give them names? Fimsh? Gonna be Fimsh. Right, I need to stop messing with these before I forget again. Oh, very E. Open BSD. Right, back to the stretching. Behold, I've returned. Very, very, very water. Yeah. Very, yeah. Anyways, we're gonna go back to, I don't know, virtual machine shenanigans? Although, I was sort of thinking about how I might want to add file system stuff to where I can like specify song request system. This is actually something that interests me. Definitely something of curious note. Could be made to happen, maybe. Maybe? Don't know, though. We don't know, though. The rust. Behold the rust. This is lots of rust. Very rusty emulator. Somewhat rusty emulator. Okay, this needs to be a little bit more memory. You need to be defined. What are you, private? NV size. Why can I not spell? Ay, 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 ay. Very, very, too much, too much, maybe. got this number here. Just a memory, private, envy start. You. Too much you. You size. Oh, there's another one. Oh, yeah, yeah. There is yet another one. So many memory. Then you are the addresses. So we might add this. Because if there's one thing these tests kind of do, it's access the different memories. So we technically need to access them by address. It's too far. Much too far. Anyway, we'll get rid of all of those. Then, what are you? You're the start of shared memory. That is not what I wanted to type. E? Why does it always insert things that I do not request? These are also kind of the same way. I might have to tweak all of these. No, ever so slightly problematic. Swings, woofy. Hello, and again, welcome. Much welcome, welcome. Hey. Today's stream is about the gizmo. The stream gizmo. The emulator one. The one that is kind of... I don't know. It's not used very much. What's going on? We're refactoring. Refactoring is essential. There's much that is going on, you might say. Also, welcome. MMO Delve. This is something I've actually been working on a little bit in the background. I haven't really mentioned it much, but I've been like working on Aether's story again. A little bit. And there's quite a bit of that. Although, if you think about like this overlay thing, this stream gizmo, it's... I don't know, it's not quite like an MMO. But it does have sort of that flavor, almost. Oops. it's actually being like rewritten in like straight up TypeScript for the web. There's like a very large porting effort going through right now to like rewrite all of the like engine components, rewrite a bunch of the server components. I am absolutely serious about this. Which means there is what amounts to be way too much to do, almost. I don't know. I think it's maybe doable, though. I wonder why those take so much delay. I don't know. But we have hexadigital plant raid. Very gasp. Very extremely gasp. Oh, look, it's L:Q. We need to shout out hexadigital. Very important. Also, thank you much for the, like, the gift sub to the hexadigital. Hexadigital is, like, notable member of the Green Circle for playing a variety of games. Notorious for being, like, plant. Plant-shaped friend, maybe? As they say. So welcome, welcome. If you are joining me, I am working on this, like, stream gizmo thing. With all the little triangles. And pixels and stuff. This is like a fictitious virtual machine of sorts that lets you fly around little spaceships, potentially. Soon. But right now, all you can really do with it is like write silly programs that make colorful pixels. The rust. I don't know. I kind of like the rust. I'm a fan of it. But like any good tool, I use a variety of programming languages. Like my game engine, like, what's it called? The key engine. That is written in C++, for example. I have some other stuff that's like written in TypeScript. I have parts of my overlay that are written in TypeScript. I'm gonna turn my music down a little bit because that song is a little louder than others. The Go. I don't know. I've sort of tried Go a little bit here and there, but like I've never like dug deep into it. Should the reason arise, though, should the need arise, I would not mind writing something in Go. Although I sort of have, like, committed to the idea that, like, the next programming language that I try to learn is probably going to be, I think Zig. I think Zig is probably the next thing we attempt. Because that's been on my to-do list for quite a while. But yeah, I have a game engine written in C++. I have a bunch of stuff written in TypeScript, a few projects written in Rust. Most of my streaming stuff, backend for that is all Rust. This emulator game thing, this is written in Rust for the actual like emulator part, and then the visuals, the thing that you actually see on the stream, that's actually a canvas, an HTML canvas, and it's written with like TypeScript. I have an odd thing for like distributed-ish systems. Kind of. Kind of, sort of. The Erlang? What the Erlang? C? It's not C, it's C++. There is in fact a difference. Big difference. But that is like a long-term project of mine where I wanted to write a game engine basically from scratch. So it is, in fact, written from scratch in C++. It's like mostly just like some OpenGL / Vulkan renderer thing. Like there's backends for both Vulkan and OpenGL, and you can like switch between them. And there's like written from scratch, there's like loaders for like PNGs, JPEGs. There's like a JSON parser that I wrote from scratch, which includes conversion of like floating point numbers. Why I went down that route, I don't know, but we did. And then there's like, speaking of shaders, it supports hot reloading of shaders. So you can just like edit the shader code, rebuild it, and then it will just like instantly automatically reload. It's a very elaborate thing almost, but also kind of simple. And it has some support for like GLTF files. So at the minimum, it's capable of like rendering my like 3D model, for example, without animation. Animation is still to do. Unified memory architecture. Unified memory architecture really isn't anything particularly new. Like, this concept has been around for kind of a long time. the reason it hasn't been seen much up until now is because you have to like engineer all the architecture to work together like this. So while you have some benefits of like not having to like transfer stuff between different devices, you're kind of locked into like a fixed amount of memory and a very fixed type of hardware, tight integration. So you get a trade-off. There is like performance, but also like you're kind of locked into what you get. It's not as customizable, shall we say. Meisaka. The Meisaka may be wise, may not be. We are unsure. I certainly have like, I don't know. I feel like I sort of have like a broad knowledge base about a lot of different topics. But I don't know if that's like beneficial fully or not. Pizza. Pizzala. Not enough pizzala. I am afraid I have no pizza. I have none. Most regrettable. Gotta have that high bandwidth memory. I would say that if there's one thing that I kind of wish that I had more knowledge of, it would be like architectural designs. Low-level architectural designs. This is kind of like, I don't know, difficult to get into though, as a field, I think. Use GPU. You don't want to write the metal shaders. I don't know that I would want to write metal shaders either. It's like maybe like the one thing that I don't particularly care for with like the Mac architectures. It's not so much their hardware, it's like their software decisions. They're kind of almost doing like that Microsoft thing of like making their own software stack. But at the same time, they're not doing the Microsoft thing by making their software stack like the only thing they support. However, there are like translation layers. For example, a thing that converts from like Vulkan calls to like metal calls. So you can run Vulkan on Mac hardware via like an abstraction layer. They don't acknowledge Vulkan because it's not one of their first class citizens. It's like they very much deliberately ignore this. So of course their advice is not going to be to like use the thing that they don't want to support directly. They're just going to be like, do it the way we want you to do it, or else, or else. Can I like copy this box definition? And then we got ship. Default. Very default. We are in fact using the NeoVim. It's like NeoVim inside of Tmux. So every so often I like Tmux between things, but I don't know. Ever since like sticking Tmux in as a layer, I found myself like accidentally mashing the wrong keys in order to switch contexts. You ever have way too many hotkeys for something? And they're all different. They all have different flows to them. Because now it's like, do I want to switch windows? Do I want to switch buffers? Do I want to switch Tmux planes? Do I want to switch Sway windows? Do I want to switch Sway workspaces? Like, there's too many things. I actually used VS Code with the Vim bindings for a while to like get used to them. And then I was like, well, how do we neo Vim? And I eventually like dove into it, and it was not terribly difficult to like set it up, install some extensions, and get like a surprisingly capable experience. It was a little bit of a time sink, to be sure, but I figured it out eventually. But really, you can use whichever editor you want. They are all very good at what they do. I will not shame you for it. I also was using like, what's it called? IntelliJ for a while. Also with like a Vim key plugin. Ed. I don't think I've ever tried using Ed. I should try this one of these days. For the novelty factor, I think. I did use like one of those sequential editors once though. Some obscure thing that's probably not too different from SED or ED. One of those two. So I could probably, knowing what I know, I probably could figure it out pretty easily. Oh, the Helix. I have not tried the Helix. There are many editors. What are we solving here? So if you look at the top of the screen, you'll see all these like little triangles. Little white triangles floating around. These are like virtual spaceships, kind of. And they're controlled by this subsystem that runs on the stream called the Wave 2 virtual machine. And it's like this fictitious vector CPU. And you can like load programs into this thing to like manipulate like what's it called, pixels on the screen, or control these little ships. And right now it's like it's accessed through like chat commands. So you do VM help, you get linked to like the repository and the documentation. CLI. Because it kind of is, in a way, almost. Although instead of being like a command line interface, it's a chat line interface. Gasp. And over here in like this tmux window, there's like status. So if we do like dump in the chat, it will like print out the state of the thread. Every chat member has like their own thread, as I call it. So you get your like your own ship, your own like thread to remote control the ship. And you can like supposedly like fly it around eventually. So what I've been working on is the whole spaceship mini-game aspect. Yeah, it's multiplayer. Everyone gets their own ship. You get your own memory space. You get your own like CPU time. You can have it load programs. You can have it run your own little programs, and the programs can like mess around with the memory, which changes like the pixels on the stream. Somewhere I have like a terminal. We're in here. The Rust. I don't know what you mean by fixed. This project was started in Rust and TypeScript, and it's probably going to stay Rust and TypeScript. I don't really feel like trying to port it, necessarily. Somewhere I have, like, program. So we grab program code. And then we could be like VM code. Restart. The TypeScript, the front end, the visual piece is like just like a web page. So like it's HTML, an HTML canvas, TypeScript. It's mostly just for rendering. The way the system works is the emulator generates like memory dumps, memory deltas, and then it sends those over like a WebSocket. So the overlay, like, it's like strictly like for state updates. Like if the virtual machine emulator thing stops working, the overlay basically doesn't do anything. All of that stuff is like handled in Rust and then like synchronized over the network in like these big state update packets. And they're just kind of streamed up to the overlay. And I kind of did this for a couple of different reasons, but the main one is that I want the emulator to run on like some separate server. Because it's, I don't know, it's basically a multiplayer game. And eventually we're gonna make it so that you can like connect to it with like a web clients or possibly other forms of clients and like upload code and stuff in a way that's easier than trying to type hexadecimal in the chat room. Because I know that's kind of been not the most approachable thing. So eventually we're going to make it so that you can like visit a web page with like a built-in debugger and assembler all written into one little portion. And then you can just like upload programs by like clicking a button. This is the ultimate objective. Which means that first I'm probably going to need to like, you know, build that interface. But that is probably going to come after we've like finished the spaceship thingy. Invisible? Yeah, it's kind of very much different. Basically, you are writing the same data. This program is like, it's like a gradient type program. So it loads some constants into some registers, and then it just like stores values in a loop. Not the most interesting program ever. The update commands. Let's see, do we have fill? Let's edit this little program for a quick minute here. Because, like, instead of using R1, you could say C0. And then we might want to store all the words. And now we're gonna like rebuild this, and now we have different program. Commands. And I can like update the code of my program while it is running. Oh, that's pretty vicious. I don't know if that will break it or not. I don't think it will. Not sure where it's at though. I keep forgetting that I moved this. On 0? Well, that's not right. That's not right. Wave VM. VM. It is the virtual machine that powers the, like, the spaceships. The spaceship overlay thing here. So like each user has a spaceship, and the spaceship has like one of these little virtual machine threads. You can almost think of it as like having your own like CPU almost. Almost. There is some like silliness behind it. Some slight silliness behind it. I need to do restart. You're gonna actually restart. Why does it keep writing? It keeps writing memory. It keeps writing into the program memory. That's not where that goes. It is not where it goes. How much E? What do I need to do? I think we need to swizzle memory around. Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. Let's see here. So, what is it? C? C7? C7 should have whatever it's called, the start of shared memory in it. So I want to swizzle 0 until like broadcast. Broadcast. It is SIMD. Very truly. It is a 16-bit SIMD register. Vector CPU thing. I figured this would be like, I don't know, interesting enough to me, but also like not overly complicated. The instruction set has been fleshed out quite a bit. So I think it should support every feature that I could probably want out of it. .32 by 2 bits. I don't think that you could do that. Not easily, anyway. I mean, you could technically program it to behave like it's 32 by 2 bits, but that would be very complicated. To compile it. Somebody wrote an assembler for it. Which I never remember, like, the link for. Note. Is it this thing? This thingy? Which is very much not documented. But does work okay. Alright, so what were we doing? We were swizzling register. Swizzle the register. And then... And then... And then we kind of have to, like, add like, some values. That's actually somewhat problematic. Not the ads. Anything but the ads. Really, but are we back from ads? You might be back from the ads. I don't know if everyone else is though. I need to make this program more program. More program. Ads are usually a little bit unpredictable, but they're usually like in multiples of 15 seconds. Usually. 15 to 10 seconds. Sometimes they're longer. But they're usually multiples of 15 or 10 seconds. Because that's just how advertising works. What do I want? I want an XOR. An XOR. We want, what, R2? I think you can do that. Maybe. And then, what, C4 should contain all the ones. Maybe? Maybe. So I'm gonna move. We went to move. I don't know. We could just like generate these values and it wouldn't be the most annoying thing ever. Almost. I feel like it shouldn't. Meh. I feel like it shouldn't be the case though, where it uses all the registers. Maybe I'm forgetting. I don't think that's the case. Could just be a syntax thing. I didn't really look into it too much. Like, what if we do X? Ah, yeah. Networking ability. So all of the wave virtual machine threads have access to like this like global memory area. so they can talk to like any other thread by just reading or writing to this global area. But also the ships themselves, they have like a line of sight thing where like if you are facing the front of another ship, so if they're like pointed nose to nose, there's like a system where you can like access the other ships. You can access part of the ship's memory. The other ship. It's like this sort of private memory area, but like you can access it if you're pointed at it. And then it's always possible to like submit like programs in real time. So you can update your program code while it is running. You can even provide like different data to it while it is running. Want to make updates? Just kind of what I want to attempt here. So like if we grab this program, what do you look like if we dump this? You move. R0. 0. R2. Swizzle. More swizzle. Store. Store all. R0. And swizzle. Ship components. Run. You're gonna run. I didn't restart it properly. Yeah. Restart. Enough restart. Okay, are you running? Kind of running? Okay. The peripherals. The like spaceship stuff? Peripheral stuff? This is like... I just finished writing the documentation for this. Like, I don't know. Partway through this stream. We have to actually implement it though. It doesn't exist fully. But yeah, this is what we've like... That's what I was working on today. It's like the documentation for it. So down here, in the very uncommitted portion of the file, there's a description of like all of the different modules. And like how to sort of use them. Do take care. Voila. Vitamin. That's quite the name. I'm getting a decent amount done, I guess. Like, on the previous stream, I wrote the visualizer for the spaceships. Thing that makes them triangles. And then I started writing this, and then this stream we finished writing documentation, which I should probably maybe we commit this. Normally I like to I don't know, normally I like to wait until it's actually implemented. Because technically the documentation is supposed to be for like whatever the live version actually is. But we could make work in progress documentation here. Probably. I want to, at the very least, finish the, like, memory map stuff. So I can commit that. Which I think we are pretty close to being capable of. Very, let's see here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the VM. I call it proc internally. What are you? You are the wrong size now. Can I say ×2? Is this allowed? Is this allowed? If it's not, I would wonder why it wouldn't be. I missed one. It looks like it supports that, though. Let's see here. You are supposed to be shared start. You are supposed to be start a program. Start of program. You know, I don't know if I like having the status and thread thing here, separate. I might do thread status. Thread status, current instruction, current word. I think we're gonna make these separate registers. So it's all sort of unified. I'm not gonna claim that it is entirely, but that'd probably make more sense than like separating them. Oh, let's see here. What is this? This is... Oh, this is a weird register. This is like read, mask, write. This bit can be set to start the thread. Cannot be cleared by writing to it. Yeah. I think one of these registers is going to be like the IO space. I think. See, with C7, we're going to be start of shared RAM, start a program, going to be start of IO space. You are going to be like thread, current thread, status register. Yeah. Yeah. That could be potentially useful. Potentially? I don't know. I don't know if any of this stuff is useful. Like 3 or like 304. Hello and welcome to the trade splatter. You know, I am tempted very to like alter the something or other. The something or other. The pixel format. Can we get all this? I think so. Persist. Gotta get persist. That's important. That is important. I don't know if the processes should have a default, though. Probably not. Maybe U16. Proc ID times 4. Yeah. Gonna be 0, you are gonna be 1. Use your reset. Gonna be 1. Escape hatch. Cat has escape hatch? Wait, that's not supposed to restart that. Nope. I do probably want agent reset. everything that has user also needs agent. Got restart, hold. Not enough halts. We've got halt all. I'll put that down here. Which means I probably also want this down here. I think. I think. Alright, check. What do we got? Errors. Not implemented? Or proc? Nah? Very... Nah? No, wait, that's in... User... Wait, there's a stretchy break. That one is a stretchy break. Yeah. Yeah. Means we're probably gonna have to do that. Maybe, probably. The maybe? Probably. It maybe, probably, maybe, probably isn't quite cutting it. Let's see here. Default. Red 0. What are you gonna return? So we're just gonna make these, and then we're gonna have default thread 0, default thread 1. Why did you stick 2 of those? Why you do this to me, program? Alright, no more errors. And that means we can go. We can take breaks in peace, hopefully, maybe? I need to summon sound. Part of the screen is like not. I swear, this game is so buggy. E. Yeah, ye. This time we are only doing the stretch, though, so that shouldn't take me much more than like, I don't know, I want to say like 10 or 15 minutes, somewhere in that range. Oh, the song ended. I was listening to that. Zemp? Zemp? We have returned, though. Stretching. Mostly complete. Very E. None of E. Green. Or green. Very green. Are we talking? I don't know. Sometimes we talking, sometimes we don't. Beware. Beware. Right. Where was I? Where was we? We was somewhere. 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 Somewhere in the deep, dark depths of whatever it is that I do. Owie. We were trying to work out where to put a user in order for something, or maybe I didn't get that far yet. I don't remember. Sometimes I don't remember. We do kind of want to go there, though. We want the memory. We need the memory. We have not enough memory. Problem with memory is that we need these processes. These need to, like, run. These need to run. This is somewhat problematic, though. I'm going to use simulation VM or process reference. Very process, very reference. I don't know if we want to make this. In order to make this work, we might have to change how this behaves. Because I think for example, we are probably going to require a user. I think, yeah, I think with process we're gonna need user instead of the individual process. So I'm gonna grab you, and now I want pointer to user. Which means that you need to be pointer to user. Let's see, user rock or agent. Either view. Then we want user. UR initial process count. User address. Threads processes, this means VM user. There's the user reference. Very reference. What do you need here? User proc is running. We're going to do proc run. And then we don't want this pushed back unless either of the processes are running. Means we have to check on both of them. It's going to be true, you're going to be false. Now we're going to be or. Agent is running. Semicolon. I will have running. Still running. And we can reschedule all of the things. I think it will probably be important, though, that we provide some sort of context in the user object. Perhaps. Perhaps. This would be somewhat difficult. Maybe. Although also maybe not. Yeah, we need else. False. Both of these. Delicious triangles floating around. I'm surprised there aren't more. But I'm also not surprised that there aren't more. I didn't really show anyone the summon command. The summon command. There's a command called VM summon, and it spawns a triangle for you. A triangular spaceship. Not that you can tell them apart, mind you. But it supposedly spawns more of them. I think it might also be hooked up to the guy command now. I don't really remember if I had it load that in or not. You know your triangle is special? Not enough special. Not enough special. How many are there? How many are there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to count because they're all floating around randomly. There's a pretty healthy number of them, I guess, though. Sort of. You only get one, though. You'll only summon a single triangle. There's at least 5, 6 on that half the screen, 3-ish. I don't know. 3, 6. I count about like maybe 9 or 10. Might be 9. It's hard to tell because they clip off the side of the screen, which is intentional, but it does make them a little bit tricky to actually find. Ship. The triangles, 8 other triangles? Why would you want to eat the other triangles? What did they ever do to you? Let's see here. I think we need structure, context, user context. And then we'll grab a bunch of this stuff. And then we want flatten. Context. Yeah. Well, yeah. Multiple times is nope, not the case. You only get one. Because it's your triangle. You have to summon it. And then once it's there, I don't know, it's there. Once it's there, it's there. Context ship. You context ship. Context. User context. Default ship. Inside the triangle. Not entirely sure. User doesn't implement display? That would just not be acceptable. Check you. Maybe we build you. The Bermuda Triangle. Why are we generating so many warnings? Unused format right. In register. Really? Really? Unexpected? You have less warnings now, maybe? Marginally fewer warnings. Don't need you. Don't need you. Move braces. I'm gonna keep the comma though. I think. Value. Not enough value. Never enough value. You know, I just kind of noticed this. One of the, like, memory filling threads that's running right now, the one that I wrote that's, like, writing dark pixels, is running ever so slightly faster than the, like, gradient thread. Ever so slightly. I find this to be slightly amusing. Slightly. Real threads, and they are pseudo threads. They're kind of like fake threads. They're they're just like multiplexed by like the virtual machine process. It runs each thread, if you want to call them that, It runs each one of them. It runs one clock cycle for all of the threads, and then it goes through and does that a number of times. And then once it's like looped through them, running some number of clock cycles, it generates like a screen update, and then it pushes a screen update, and then it sleeps for an amount of time. So we might have to like... I might have to like rethink how it like schedules updates. Because I want the like... the motion of the spaceships to be integrated appropriately based on like how fast the threads are running. Or something like this. I might also have to like speed up the program code a little bit more. I'm not sure though. Like I think it's pretty okay. But I also don't know. I don't necessarily think it needs to go like super fast or anything. It is definitely the case though that like each what's it called? How many cycles each thread is run? Basically all threads in like this thread, this VM are given. I don't know, a bunch of ducks have perished. A bunch of the threads are basically given an equal number of like cycles. Certain operations, mostly just memory stores and loads, take different numbers of cycles to complete. Like if you are writing to the shared memory, this uses quite a few more cycles than not writing to the shared memory. Which, I don't know, I almost want to try writing a program that sits in the shared memory and tries to survive. This could be a fun experiment. We'll go in like maximum PvP mode. Because if you are in the shared memory, I mean, the main thing you have to contend with is watching out for other programs trying to overwrite you unintentionally. Right now it's kind of a little bit difficult. Just a little bit. VM? I feel like this should be divided up some more, but I don't know. Cute standards for interchange. And then destroy them. Big file. Have we ever considered... We don't really consider much. I have a thing for, like, big files, apparently, though. I do kind of want to, like, divide up the process. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want everything strewn about too many different files. The single buffer life. Strong with me. E. I may move the opcodes. This is a thing we could do. Maybe. Maybe. Opcode. Module. Opcode. What do we need for opcode? Register index. Why is this not part of opcode? Parameter? I forget what that was for. It is used for opcode, though. This is... This is a thing. We're just gonna yeet all of this. I think. I might need to import display and opcode. I think. If your only permitted means of communication is unregulated shared memory. Unregulated shared memory. Speaking of unregulated shared memory, have you ever heard of the, like, 1 million checkboxes project? This was a thing that, like, made the news a while back. The tech news. There's like... bunch of stuff on like YouTube for it. There's a couple of written articles. Basically, it was just like a web page, and there were 1,000,000 checkboxes on it. And all of the checkboxes were like globally synced across every visitor. Essentially forming like this giant, unregulated shared memory. And there were quite a few stories of like how the checkbox memory was like, a bunch of it was chaos, but some of it was like um, being treated like blocks of memory. And people used it to communicate. Like actual messages and stuff. I've seen other things like this, which are like shared blocks of pixel-based memory. Sort of thing usually results in like images. Quite a bit of images. It's always memes. It's always image memes all the way down. I'm going to use app code. I didn't export literally anything from here. That will just not do. VM error. I'm gonna grab that. In the prehistoric times, they had shared rocks that were eventually covered with images, with memes. All of the memes. 'Tis the myriad minds. Very hello, hello. Shared walls, shared railway cars, shared pixels. Very many things. Are you error? Register index. Swizzle. Never enough swizzle. Today is more like virtual machine stuff. We're working on the stream gizmo, the stream virtual machine gizmo, which is what all these little triangles are floating about. Spaceships. As of yet, they're just drifting about. We don't have remote control yet. This is what we're kind of working on here. Are you going to be like not error anymore? No? Probably not. Yum, summon. We need to just summon. We also sort of need to like I think I need to like improve the APIs slightly between the virtual machine system and like the Twitch system. Because by default I want the triangle, the spaceship, to get summoned with like your chat color. And I also want like the name, the usernames to get propagated to the individual ships and threads and so forth. Which as of yet, we have not done. Very useful. How many triangles has your triangle eaten? PvP stats. Lost. Destroyed. Unironically, kind of a good idea. That's what, like, PvE stats, which are like... I don't know. Asteroids destroyed. Maybe. Gotta have the good ideas, right? And every time you write them down, so that they maybe hopefully get implemented. Hopefully. Hopefully. You never know. Gather the asteroids with tethers. We do need to maybe gather them. Here's the right number of prisms have been stacked, such that I am partially hidden. If I move around, though, you could maybe find the Mesaka lurking. Maybe. Asteroid gathering for resources. Asteroid exchange at stations for currency. Possibly. We do want the currency exchange thing. Actual meat? Where the meat? EVE Online? I don't know. We don't have spreadsheets yet. If it becomes spreadsheet simulator, then maybe. Alliances. I don't know. Alliances, that's advanced category. That's some advanced territory right there. I don't know how deep we want this to go. It's supposed to be not that in depth, but at the same time, it might go that in depth. I'm not sure. If we do something like that, it's probably not going to be that far out. Or not anytime soon. Not the live streams. Are you going to have to find me a wave file for cat escape hatch? Is this an actual file? You could send this to me. You can make sound effects. We have sound effect technology. Error.
Do a barrel roll.
Error. Bunch of people's subs expired. Gift subs. Sad day for us all, surely. Surely. Not enough, surely.
Oh shit, is there TTS?
In before you discovered the TTS command. Very gasp. Stealth command. That's not what I meant by stealth command. Different stealth command. Different stealth command. Uh-oh. The clear thread is about to overtake the fill thread. Gasp. Well, maybe not almost exactly, but really close. They're really close to overtaking. And if one thread overtakes the other one, then the entirety of the viewport will be being read and then written. There it goes. Yeet. Now the the colorful one. The colorful one. Also, welcome. Welcome to the Yuki VT. Colorful thread. The nipple. The Lenovo nipple. I think I've used one of those before. Once upon a time. Once upon a time. A very pokey key. Poke the thing and then you have control. I don't know if that's a regular keyboard. This looks very much not like... this looks like very much a not regular keyboard. It's gonna do something with these. What's it gonna do here? I think I was gonna try and grab the user data. Yeah, if we want username or maybe login. String. You need to be string. Then we want name. Then we want color. It's a lot of parameters. Then again, I don't typically use the input thing with a ton of different parameters. Alright, you need to be what? User name. Probably. Probably. I got enough arguments on this thing. Username, and user color is going to be, I think, a string. But I should probably like turn that into like number. Number would probably be better. $32. The stir and string. Yes, there are very big differences between these. If you have ampersand stir, this is what we call string slice reference. It's like a pointer to like the raw characters. Whereas the capital string is like a container that owns memory and allocates on the heap dynamically. Which kind of is a very big difference here, because like if you have a reference to some characters, you also have to have like a lifetime associated with them, whereas a string object, because it's a heap allocated, it owns a pointer and you can like resize it. And you don't need to like deal with a lifetime or anything because it's an object that you own. Yeah. I don't know how much else to describe this. If you're familiar with like C++, then it's like standard string versus like a char pointer, for example. Somewhat analogous. Somewhat. What am I doing here? I'm trying to figure out user color. Oh, maybe we should just pass the string. And then make parse deal with it. That's probably better. Maybe. We're going to be, what, user update if exists. String view. Oh, it's maybe closer to string view a little bit. Probably slightly better. Because it is technically kind of, sort of, a little bit along those lines. But also, I don't know, it's almost not in a way. You know, too much G++. Just C++. You have the C++. So you're going to be user color. Do I want these to be strings? Or do I want to, like, take the strings? Take the strings. You're going to be what? Find user. Option reference. Surprised that I didn't make this the default. Oh well. Find. Or no, I'm gonna do let else. I love let else. I don't know why I like let else so much. Why we like this? What do we have here? Right? Something. Enough user. Enough E. Not enough E. Sending. E. Enforcements. Seems useful, maybe. Maybe? Who knows? We want your user. Right. Right. That's not cursed in any way. E. What are you? Setup?
E.
What if we forward the user reference?
Hack the planet.
Very pleasing. Not please. Find. You can leak the user object, right?
Plin plin plon.
Let's see, what are you? Index? Value? Where you get implemented? Yeah, okay. Very, yeah. Let's see, if you are less than privileged, are you envy start or end? Or no? No, there was like a specific thing. A very specific memory block here. I think. You never know with these things. I mean, there's so many.
Mean.
Mean. Mean.
And whyin'.
Use size, yes. Very hello and welcome to Huta 2H. I think there's just these three functions.
Nylon and prosma.
Prospa. West Prospa. One can never be too sure. Prosper. Long yoke and prosper. So many things in here. I don't know, the fact that this is like delay load, delay gather, delay store, delay scatter, this sort of nonsense. I don't want to change it almost. We have more are falling to the sleep. Have a good sleep.
F-mims fimsh.
Have a very good. Wait, did I? I need to drink the water. I must partake of the water. Yum. Not enough yum. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Anyway, I was thinking that instead of having deferred opcodes, I would make it so that oh, I don't know. I don't know what were we doing with these? I was gonna make it so that the memory loads in such a way that I think I wanted to like pre-calculate all the addresses. Pre-calculate all of them. Then do the individual address reads. And then commit results at the very end. If the values need such a thing, I guess. Although I don't know if I really want to like rewrite the deferred opcode system or not. would be very very perplexed otherwise. Let's see, you are going to be what? Run, alt, reset. Not enough reset? Part of the annoying part here, I guess, is like whether or not we have the username. I think we might want to do these as string. This could be doable, maybe. It's our name, user color, string. Arguments. Alright, argument. What are you? Message. So much message. Move key. Remove data. Into iterator. Then you're going to be, what, a string? Very string? Gifted. I don't know, you lurk. Lurk? You get randomly hit by Twitch gift subs, apparently. But welcome, welcome. This is, so we're working on this, like, stream overlay gizmo thing. It's kind of like a game of sorts, a very elaborate programming game. Yeah. This is what I am working on. This silly game of sorts. This this is an editor called Neovim. Um, Nothing too special. One would hope. So what do we have here? We have login, username, color string. I want all of these to get like put together. Put together into like one coordinated ad break. God damn it. Yeah, yeah. Why? Twitch, why? A Neovim or Nvim? I don't know. Few can say. Was just drinking the water. And now we have what? More of the hydration type thing, probably. Probably. Hello and welcome to Zoftfay. We can drink more of the water. The Helix. This is one that has been making some of the rounds. Notoriously. Perhaps. Perhaps. Batteries, sort of, kind of, included. These are color string. I don't remember how to do this. There was some way of like converting between the radix of a string and I could never, for the life of me, remember how this is ever done? Because I rarely do it. But I know it is like a thing. Rum, string, radix. This was what it was from. Stir radix. How did this? How do you work? expected to be an optional plus sign followed by only digits. Leading and trailing non-digit characters, including white space, represents an error. Underscores, which are accepted in Rust literals, also represent error. Thus, we cannot have trailing white space. Very eek. So if user color string. So what do we want? We want there's some way to like, is it get string? You kind of like get a character at I kind of want the character first one we have number sign. Then the user color is going to be something that we parse. Some. Yeah, we're just gonna take a bunch of things out of this string. The bad apple. There is in fact a bad apple playing in my hair. Somebody must have redeemed the bad apple, Mesaka. See, I think it's R G B. We want from stir radix R. Yeah. Unwrap or 0. Or 0. And then we want to take all of these and then we want to like shift them, I think, to whatever the hell that format was. Let's see, you have to be what, 16, you have to be 8. So on and so forth. Otherwise we can be, what, white? So very white, and then this is going to be user color. And then we are going to have parameters. There are going to be some thing. Something. User name, user color. A very thing. Very Chibisaka. Are you clicking on the Chibisaka? Are we clicking on the Chibisaka? Hello and also welcome. I don't know if I've greeted you yet today. The Lotus Kushan? We're already in EP mode. Kind of. Kind of, maybe. We'll double the EP. Double the trouble. Take. You do? Take if? No, we want take. And then and then and then and then login name color. I don't know if I want to put this in a ton of different places. Update if exists. Very function. New with update. You're a make user, so you always return definitive value. You are definitely a value. What do you want? User ID? User name? User login? User color? Yeah. Yeah. Where are you, map? Not the user ID. Anything but the user ID. And we're just gonna, I don't know, smear this across all of the functions. I'm sure it's fine. Just macro. I don't know. Copy and paste works. Macro is too convenient. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this should be just be like some sort of function. Not the convenience of copy and paste. Oh, how my hubris has caused me a great many problems. What are you? You are a user right. So we want what, VM? Maybe? You dynamic user right. I don't know if that's what I want. Like, why did I make this a trait? Why would I do that? Is this for like, I don't know, was this for testing purposes maybe? Who knows? I mean, technically we don't need make user. We could instead have the proc itself. Maybe? The macro. I don't know if the macro would save me from this. Maybe, but also perhaps maybe not. I don't know. Function. Test VM. Not the test VM. Let's see, what do you want? We want... I want this trait to be something else. The triangle. Yeah, which one is it? Well, that's... I don't know. Can I find it? This is a good question. If we have... None of... how would I go about this? The gym VM. That's probably not what I meant to do. And the VM proc will be mutable, dynamic, maybe. I'm right, but this trait, instead of being user right, it's going to be right prove. I'm going to rename this to right prove. I'm going to get rid of user from here. And then we're going to implement this for proc, I think. Yeah. And then we'll get rid of that function and put it here. I think the only way for me to find the triangles, though, is going to be to dump them out via the, like, the debug protocol. Which we don't have, so I would have to write this. Very VM proc. Test VM. Don't care about user. So we want, what is it? Right. Proof. Lost in the vast screen. Very truly. Yeah. Yeah. We need to fix these errors first, though, I think. Because if we're gonna write something to find triangles. You need to not have error. What do you leave net? VM make user ID available. Gotta get rid of all them crazy warnings. Nah, we can leave those. Those are probably fine. A couple hundred warnings never killed anyone. Much. Let's make everything public. Oh, that will fix it, right? Are you memory type? Proc? Is proc not public? E. Let's see, I think we want running. Gotta have warnings. There's too many warnings. There's too many errors. Why are there so many errors? I got a box. Has meat. There's supposed to be a mutable reference to a box. Box the found object. I could box the found value and coerce it. I don't know if that's really what we want, though. E. We do that? Yeah, there we go. There we go, maybe. Did we get all the errors yet? Maybe? No? Is it VM2? This is... this is the CLI version. Yeah, we don't have the CLI open. Do we? No, I don't think we do. VM, make user ID. Yeah. We have more raid. More raid. This time from Salad Forest. Am I just the default target now? What with it being like really nice and late? E. So much E. A nice, good quality raid. A good high quality raid. Oops, we need to do proc. We need to do mute reference to proc. How was the stream today? How well went the Salad Forest stream today?
Welcome, Raiders.
Going so late? So late? Well, dare it be too late? If it isn't too late, then it wouldn't be as interesting now, would it? I don't know. I'm kind of running a little bit later than I would have expected. Did we? No, I don't think we did. We need to, I think, shout out the Salad Forest stream for being pretty visually epic. If you need to, like, rest or something, though, after late, then I would highly recommend doing that. Today's stream is about this, like, gizmo. The stream gizmo slash game. Yeah, I'm making this game that kind of takes place in my overlay here. It's got these little triangular spaceships that are, like, controlled via a virtual machine. We're working on the virtual machine part to make them controllable, maybe. Honestly, I don't know if we're gonna get around to, like, actually making them controllable. At least not during this stream. This thing is complaining about a whole bunch of stuff. And I don't know what it's on about. It's like, what is this diagnostic even? What are we complaining about here? unused E in WaveNet. 231. Yeah, I don't care about those crazy send errors. The unused message in Wave. 113. Unused self import in Wave. Because we're not doing what time? Yeah, we're not doing time. And then we got VM2 lib generated 11 warnings. What do we have here? Unused variables. Remove the mutable. Unused visitor. It's a bunch of stuff we didn't implement yet. Stuff that I kind of want to implement. Alright, what do we got in context? We have a username. User login. Then, I don't know, the color is supposed to be something that's that may or may not be attached to, like, some aspect of the context. I'm not sure. User context. Color. Alright, no more warnings about these silly update functions. Maybe? There is error. Context. VM 759. string default. These are color. We're going to default these to white. Like so. And then here, VM wave 2 net generated 2 warnings. And now the lib generates 3 warnings. They're all related to persistence. Because we didn't implement serializing F64s. Don't know why. I could do that. I don't know about deserialize ignored any though. Wow, float 64. Let's see here, you... maybe. Buffer... float 64... Then... we need to be 8. 64, F64 from something increment. Cargo check in the quick fix. I mean, maybe. I have something that's supposed to like list all the diagnostics in like the quick fix list or some such. And I don't remember what the hotkey was because like I set this up an eternity ago and then I never used it. So yes, I could set these things up, but there's also a chance that I might just straight up forget. Because sometimes I don't. I don't do the thing. Or I could just run cargo check via watch. That would also maybe kind of, maybe sort of, probably, perhaps do the same thing. I don't know. I like this terminal thing though. It's a lot more, it's a lot more, and this maybe messes with everyone. Alright, what was I doing? We were going back to VM. And I wanted to do... Where is it? Dump. User process dump. Yeah. Yeah. Context doesn't really have anything, so we're going to implement user context. This is a bunch of print lines. This is just a bunch of print lines. Then why is this not a display? Coding in general? Eye twitch? Maximum eye twitching effect? E? Coding in general is like... years? Lots of years? Over 20 years? Probably? Maybe not continuously. Maybe not cumulatively. But somewhere on this order here, probably. We have display for VM proc. And then we got dump E. Got the punch cards. I have those punch cards. No sleep. Only code. Clearly. Maybe this is not clearly. Was this context? For, what is it? User login? User color? I did do some pretty crazy stuff, though. Once upon a back then. Once upon a time. Once upon a forever ago. implement, let's see here, do we have display in here for ship? Put that in there for me, right? And then, what are we gonna put in here? Ship. There's a great mini triangle. Too many triangle? Too many tringle. X, Y, velocity X, velocity Y. Color. And then, what is heading going to be set to? This is the real question. These are the real questions. Very, very truly. I think we want heading. As, I don't know, U16 maybe. The brakes. I don't know, probably a few hours ago. Why does it not give me qualified names? Silly thing. We need the qualified names.
Stretch break.
But qualified names. But the qualified names. Build. I don't think that's a command. Cargo. Build. Now we're cooking. Yeah. No, I don't see any errors. koala fighter names. Guess this means we can like switch audio, switch to the pool, probably. Find scratch buttons. I have to turn these on. Yeah, this one, this one, this one, this one. Why are there so many? Have I ever mentioned how like absolutely atrociously cursed my like OBS is? It's yeah. It's kind of yeah. It's not like they've done anything particularly bad to it. It's just kind of a mess. It's just kind of like a disorderly mess that I have to manually click around in all the time. Ow.
Moo.
Can't see me, I'm invisible. Really? Just kidding, I've returned. Just kidding. Hello and welcome to Metawatt. A Noctu 4. Maybe it's Noctua. Noctua. Like the fans. I wonder if Noctua is a fan. Well, they do make fans. A bunch of the fans in my computer are Noctua fans, actually. I think almost all of them are. Noctua. Noctua. Tech bonus. E? All of E? Alright, let's go back to, what, WaveNet? Or was it VM? Flatten context. Qualification. Qualification of names. Cannot accept something. I think I was gonna like what was I gonna do? I was gonna like try to reconfigure this thing. To support whatever it's called. I don't even remember. Duck. Yep, they still exist. 'Cause maybe. Just maybe. I want you to still be able to quack. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. Who knows at this point? Enough quack. We have username. Exec. User info. User settings. What's inside of a user info anyway? ID, name, login. I might also want to see about trying to propagate color. Should a user have a color? I think this is like... I think this is what we need here. Not for any good reason, mind you. But more so because I said so. Maybe empty. Problem here is that it may be empty. Maybe that's not a problem. Like, I don't know. Locals equal new hash map. We'll get rid of you. It's not an unwrap thing because it's like... It has a length of 0 or not. So what do we want to put in here? User color. That's a lot of duck. String arc new something color to string. It's a lot of layers. It's a lot of layers. And then we got what? User login. User login. I don't know why I didn't just make these a thing. You never know. I get all of that. Yeah, maybe, hopefully. Maybe, hopefully. Locals. Where do we get locals from? Not you. Context. Locals. What do you get? Get is fine. I can do some get. Copy pasting. I don't know if you know the half of it. We love copy pasting. Clearly. Okay, what do we need to put in here? Get something. VM net. And then we need ID, login, name, color. Login, user, get user color. See y'all. This is part of the stream program. So like these are like every single like custom command that the stream, like custom streaming software recognize. You can use these for different things. Kinda. Some of these are like whatever they are. And some of them are for I don't remember what I was trying to say. Some of them are in my custom thing and some of them are in Nightbot. There's sort of like so there's a split between the roles. Let's see, we need to do. Let me go over here. Build this. And then we need to tell this thing what is it? Input save? I think? No. Just save. Like that. Okay. Now we're going to restart it. And then I think we're also going to restart this one. The triangle stopped. Because the overlay had to like reconnect to the simulation. Like I said, this thing is very highly distributed. But now, but now we have a new feature. If you do the VM dump, first of all, it dumps out way more memory. Eek. But second of all, it dumps out the coordinates of the ship. Of course, this means that there is some delay. Obviously. Also, having added way more memory, yeah, there's more lines. There's more lines. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, the display of the state has got more lines. Yee. Got so many lines in this virtual machine. We can fit so many lines in this virtual machine. Although now that we have like the user colors, supposedly, we could potentially load these into the memory as the default ship color. Supposedly. Supposedly. Very message. So much message. I didn't know it did that. How does it work? If you put like a color code, the chat box turns that block of text into something that has like that color. And it supports like all the CSS colors. Like you can have 3 digits, 4 digits, 6 digits, or 8 digits. Because you can have alpha blending. Why you would want that, I don't know. But as long as it doesn't have a space, it won't split the color. Because it splits message text based on spaces. But I didn't know it would accept just about anything in there. I thought it would only take the color codes. I forgot that it would take an entire block. This is a very much an unrelated feature, though. This has nothing to do with the spaceships. It's just one of the quirks of my chat box, apparently. Intentional, but at the same time, I didn't realize that you could attach text, attach colors to the text. The cat is being obnoxious again. I know what this means. Maybe we don't know what this means. I take the viewport. I point it at cat. More brushy. You don't even have to brushy. The cat will brushy itself. How crazy is that? You can't go on that side, cat. You cannot. It doesn't work that way. It is very cat. This cat sheds too much. Kind of makes me wonder if the cool coding cat sheds too much. You never know. Trying to get all the fur off of the cat. All of it. It's so fluffy. Purple color. Purple color. You didn't put the hash mark in front of it. Everyone needs the hash mark. You always need the hash mark for added effect. Are we still quacking? Give. Give fur. Give a fur? Just a little bit of fur. Just a little bit. Alert. Test. You're a cat? Not enough cat. Never enough cat. Very alert. Very gasp. You're just trying to curl up into a little ball or something. You're not round enough to be curled up into a ball. We're not round enough to become a ball. A floof. Really not? You know, something really wild would happen if you were to, like, redeem the bad apple thing right about now. You get video. Take bait. Very, very. Very kitty. Run JavaScript from a chat message. I don't think there is. I don't know, I'd be very impressed if there were, but, like, I don't think there's any paths for it. Very Pi Day. I don't think I have any Pi. I think we might let the kitty sleep. Maybe. Maybe. Swoosh. Enough swoosh. Very video. Pizza pie. I need pizza pie. 3:14 p.m. Well, what about 3:14 in the a.m.? Bonus points if you get it 15 seconds after the minute. But then there'd be a bit of a rush then. Bit of a rush. Very extensive. Very extensive. What was I doing? What were we doing with the ships? We have the coordinates. Tau. Need some Tau day. Do we have Tau codes on Tau day? Is this maybe the way of it? Is this a stretch? Might be a bit of a stretch. Probably. Ow. Ow. Why am I itchy? Too much itchy. Bye, kitty. Oh, do you want more foods? Ay, ay, ay. Why this kitty always wants all the foods? And then the E. Suspend tracking. Resume tracking. Pancakes. Why would I pancake? Why would I pancake? You know, you got this like a personification of calendars thing going. Kind of. But I'm like, do you know that I'm like the most absurdly disconnected from time? The most completely and totally oblivious to date and time? Because we are. We're very extremely oblivious. Very highly oblivious. That's not commands. Not command? That was not the command you were looking for. This is not the command you are looking for. Yep. Enough ship. Do I want the like module configuration to be part of ship? Or I want to put this on context. I do not know. I do not know. I do not know. I want color to be public. X and Y can be public. Heading can be public. Color mix can be public. Right, you are Saturday default. Probably. Maybe, probably. We didn't implement spin. Spin is supposed to be kind of random. Kind of, sort of random. Let's see here. Heading. This needs to be. Maybe between like 0 and 1, honestly, maybe. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know if I want to scale it or not. Where are you at? 3, 2, 7, 6, 8. Three, 2, 7, 6, 8. Spin? Spin, spin? The triangle? The triangle? I did not find it, but I added a tool that will let me find it. Half of pi? I don't know. Half of pi is called, like, not enough pizza. A quarter circle? One could call this a quadrant. Probably. Perhaps. Delta, what about delta time? And then we have heading. Greater than 1. Greater than or equal. Headering. Why can I not spell? Why can I not spell? Half a pie is not enough pizza. It's really not? Do we have overlay open? Alright, reconnect delay. 5. Restarts. Maybe? Will bounce? I don't know if it will bounce though. I don't want them to bounce. I don't want the ships to bounce. What is this? Wool. These are color loaded. Is this cheating? Maybe. Maybe. If user context, user color loaded, or if it's not loaded. User context ship color is gonna equal the what are you? User color right shifted. User color right shifted some more. User color as U8. I want these colors to work. Are you 5? Green, blue, green. Oh wait, you're supposed to be 5 bits. That's like like so. Let me do 11, 5. Very eek. What are we missing here? Oh, you need to not exist. You are too many parens. Excessive parens detected. Bit operators go brr. They have to deal with like they're kind of like based on Boolean algebra. We're not familiar with Boolean logic. It will all be lost upon you, likely. But shift is like multiply by 2 or divide by 2, like powers of 2. It just moves the bits around within the value and isolates bits. Or glues bits together. The bit of a problem. And then the XOR. The XOR does stuff. The XOR does crazy stuff. The rotate is a rare operation. It's basically like shift one way, shift the other way, put all the bits back together, such that they go around in a circle within the register. Bits of a problem, bits of a solution. Did that go through twice? What are we? E? Am I crazy? Not the XOR swap. Anything but the XOR swap. Everything should just be XOR. I may or may not be crazy. You never know. Why? Why? Why is this? Why is this doing twice? What did I don't? I'm confusion. messed up the queuing system so badly, apparently. What? E? Now you're trying to make me crazy. Now you're trying to make me crazy. Why would you do this to me? There you go. Terminal. Wait, not you. Build the color loaded. It's missing from new. Color loaded false. I need a good way of, like, I don't know, saving this thing other than send command VM save. Stream error. I think we broke it. Rest back trace 1. Wait, send command VM save. Why are you exploding? They spin now. They maximum spin. Length is required for map. Persist 415. God damn it. How did you let me? Let me out. Yeah. 415. The map. No references. Cannot ever remember what stupid key to press. Yeah. Where are we at? We are in user serialize. User? PM 7:59. Are we flattened? Is this part of the issue here? Persist. What are we? Key value. Very key. Very value. So much value. Too many value. I'm not entirely sure how I would go about this. Because if we don't have the value, or the length, if we don't have the length, then we can't fully serialize this thing. Are you trying to like... What are we on about? We're trying to store values. Hash map or sorted map? I think they're not really either. Because we're dealing with serializer here. It's not really a map, it's like an API for storing mapped types. Because our source here is just a struct. So I'm like, why would this be here? 759. VM 759. Yeah, this is like a derived structure. This is a Serday serialize. We serialize it to a binary format. And then it's just stored in like a series of like buffers. So apparently this derivation of a structure is just flattening this context. Curiously. How very curiously. So we're in a, like, the persist function here. And we don't have we don't have the length. Then we would have to like store the like partially processed types, partially processed values. So we have like the like the maybe values are gonna be option. And then we're gonna put a length. And we're gonna put a vector. Yeah. Yeah. So if we have length, if we have some length, I don't need any maybe values. Otherwise, we need to return serialized map with a 0 and a new vector. Did I get all of these? We got most of them. Sequence is kind of like a thing. What do we got? Persist map. Alright, we got this thing with maybe of values. That's kind of eek. Let's see, if we have maybe values, the JSON maybe we have XML? I don't know, we don't really want it either. Who doesn't want some delicious JSON? Some delicious JSON. Maybe values as mute. And then Maybe temp buffer. Star. Very buffer? I think you can let me do that. Yes, maybe, probably. We're gonna do count plus 1. Very count. Very plus. Very 1. And then we kind of want to do all of this in here. For values. I'm going to use value. Value. So we don't care about the counts. Let's see, you're going to be buffer. Very buffer. Very value. And then if we have end, we have the two possible outcomes. We have count of values. And then
Droplet.
drop, droplet, buffer, 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 buffer. Do I have extend from slice? I don't remember. I don't remember. let's see, you have to return slice, which means we don't need an else. We don't need an else. The droplets, by the way, are the duck. Yep, they still exist. The else? The else is a lie. The else is a lie. The else is a lie. The else from Froze. Or maybe it's the else from Froze. No wait, that doesn't sound right either. I don't hope this like works. I have no idea. 11 hours? Very hello, hello? It really has been very eek. Yeah, what do we want with you? You went to like restart. Also, like, I made an updated version of the overlay that like connects quicker. We should load that. And then we want to send save command. Did you save this time? I think so. Maybe. So if I do, I don't know, summon. Does my triangle change color? I think it did. I think it changed color. One of them is purple. And they are spinning wildly out of control. Very E. So if you want your color on the triangle, you can summon it again. Yay. Sort of yay. Sort of kind of yay. They're kind of crazy how they spin wildly out of control. Are they supposed to spin wildly out of control? Maybe. We don't know. We don't know. I'm like, we don't know. Are you set up? I was wondering what this was complaining about.
At the tone, the time will be 7:30 a.m. Ding.
Ding? Ding? None of ding? I had quite a bit of coffee today. That's why I'm still slightly awake. I don't know. Can we run the test process here? I haven't tried that. Apparently that's what it was complaining about. Not enough persist, not enough register, not enough VM. Do I save all the things? much stuff in this file. I just like commit the whole file and be like, yep, I did a thing. That would probably be so much easier, right? Right? Do we have a mem shared size? Did it skip one? I think it skipped one. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. Can you add? Thank you. We need to add opcode and wavenet. A new file. Absolutely essential. What are you gonna be? You can be um very the great space migration. Yeah. The triangles now spin. If only. If only we bisected things a little bit more. I didn't even mention that. By the way, triangles now change colors. This is a bit of a must. Much must. Can VM summon or exclusive color. For really, really. Very, really, really. Which is why why my triangle is like weird color. See it? It's over around here, up here. It's like this slow ascending one. Sort of purplish in color. Thanks to the new color system. For real though. For real though. I think we're gonna end, I don't know, about now. About now. You could color code your triangle and find out. I dare you. We dare. Do we dare? I don't know if we dare. I don't know if we dare. But I do know we shall end. Good mornings. Agains. Good evenings. Good nights. All the time zone. All of the time zone. Gasp. Time zone. Very subscription. Hearted. Hearted dare. Hearted. No, there's lots of ways of saying this. Maybe. I'm kind of tired. I'm kind of tired because I need to usually sleep around this hour. Much thanks for the the subscription. Well, this is exciting. We are maximum EP. I do kind of miss streaming at these sort of later-ish hours, if you can call them that. Very So yeah, we made triangles spin. We made it so that they can be colored. Made it so that they can sort of be named internally. Made it so that they can be emulated with the multiple threads internally. Made it so that the memory, there's more of it. There's more memory. A little bit. I got the infrastructure in place for making all the other things. The other things, the other memory and stuff. The modules. The modules are coming soon. The Holy See. I don't think we are ever coding in the Holy See. Holy See is not only a play on words, but it's also a meme. Very, very, very sea. Is there anything else I did? Oh yeah, I finished the spec. We finished the new spec. I don't know if we want to push this yet or not. But we did finish it. Could push this back because memory is bigger. Yet push origin. What does that mean? Yay. Now when you request the spec, you'll get the new one. The new one. This thing. The help page. The new and improved help page now includes the new memory map. The new ASCII art of the memory map that I was working on. The slightly tweaked instruction set stuff isn't really too much of a difference. We have the description of the ships. In case you want to read about how the ships will eventually work. You have my to-do list. The spaceships of Theseus. Oh, beware the spaceship of Theseus. We did, however, increase the private non-volatile memory. That now exists. Shared memory is bigger. I don't remember if we had that in the spec or not. I don't remember. Oh well, it's up to date now. Kinda. Next stream is gonna be about the modules. Probably. Words rather than bytes. Yeah, there is in fact a reason. It's because bytes are kind of ambiguous. If I told you that the memory was, I don't know, 16-bit bytes, would it really be much different? Probably not. Probably not. The memory is addressed in words. The machine doesn't really have what most people think of as a byte. So all the description is in words. Thus, all the descriptions use words because you can only address things as words. It's not really a byte type machine. Or I guess another way of putting it would be that the machine's byte size is like 16 bits, but that's also its word size, so that's not really much different. Anyways, we'll be back again over the weekend. Put more spaceship stuff together. Weekend being like, I don't know, Saturday or Sunday. One of those two. One of those two. None of meow. Very meow. Other than this, it's gonna be some more bye-bye for now. Thank you much for watching. Thank you much for chatting. Thank you much for participating in this enrichment center activity. The operating system. This is just Arch. This is just the Arch. The by the way. The by the way operating system. It's in my description if you read down there. Nobody reads down there. Other than that, thank you all again for watching. Bye bye for now. Take care. And we'll be back eventually. Large Mesaka Stair. Maybe?